Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Okay, let's go. Sorry, I was clicking around in OBS and I switched switched scene by mistake. Anyway, up and running, up and running. Okay, everything is good. Let's go. So, plan for today. Well, what says here? Plus one issue that we need to investigate. So, script defer as async. Steps to reproduce and observe behavior. Script tag allows defer for type equals module when async is present. And it should not. Actually, can why does GitHub not open links on a new tab automatically when it's external links? Okay. The defer attribute may be specified even if the async attribute is specified, but defer cannot. So defer should not be. So defer should not be allowed when type is module, at least according to what the issue is saying. When type is module, defer should not be allowed. I don't know. Let's see. Wait, what the fuck? Speculation rules. What? Wait, I think this is a to-do. The fuck is speculation rules? Maybe. Actually, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, there's no mention of speculation rules. The fuck is speculation rules? I forgot. Okay, let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Toggle brought up an interesting thing on his Discord in public. Why does he get all the trolls, spam bots, and other ban-worthy bullshit, but all the other cool streamers like you don't? I don't know. I just don't get a ton of people watching me, period. I think he gets more people watching, and thus he also gets more mess stuff. Wait, does he really get that many trolls? If I have to be honest, I haven't watched Toggle much lately because I'm either streaming or AFK, but at least this has been the case, you know, for the past month or something, because I was doing the hideous HTML work. So that was basically that meant that whenever I was not working on that stuff, I was like healing from it. Anyway, so defer is only allowed in external classic scripts, which means type, it doesn't have type module. Well, let's see what's there. It's some invisible line for viewership critical mass. Yeah, could be. It's the first line when you click on that link. Wait, which link? There's a link, huh? That has this info. This one? Well, this is not a link. Blurry Cat, what were you saying? Wait, I had a message for some region smart detection beta. Allow. We posted to chat. Allow it. I allowed your message. Wait, why? This was not me. This was like a Twitch thing. Is it because you wrote no offense? Out of curiosity, can somebody else send a no offense message? Try to actually keep it not offensive if you can. Hey, PP Volto. Oh, in the GitHub. Oh, yeah. Sure. I remember the GitHub to do classic scripts. Async is present. Will be fetched in parallel. The fur is present. Then the classic script blah blah blah. For remote script, yes, if this is present. The defer attribute has no effect on module scripts. The defer attribute may be specified even if the async attribute is specified to cause legacy browser that support only defer but not async to fall back. Okay, so the answer is then when type is module, defer should not be allowed. Are we allowing? Are we doing that? Let's see. Where are we testing? Where are we doing attributes? Oh. So validate attributes. We look at all attributes. Type value, JS, I guess that's classic. Module, import map, mime, whatever. Okay, we have all the weirdo rules. What does it default to? It defaults to .js, the classic stuff, I guess, so that makes sense. Yeah, no, Blurcat, I think in your case, that's fine because you did it once, so I think I basically allow listed you by pressing that button. I don't know. He doesn't have that many viewers in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, no, of course. He's a small streamer like, well, pretty much everybody is in software development. Yeah. But still, he is in the hundreds very often. So that's definitely, I don't know, like one level above me, depending on how you want to define these levels. So I don't know, maybe this is it. Another reason could be that he does Rust. So maybe by doing Rust, he's attracting both a wider range of people who are interested in Rust. There's more people interested in Rust than there is people interested in Zig today. Maybe and so maybe that's also what attracts a bunch of random people. And maybe the fact that it is Rust, it also attracts people that just want to go and mess with people that do Rust because they, have trouble with Rust. There's also that out there. Let's see, though, on the other hand, Spirophoria has a similar viewership to Toggobit, true, and doesn't seem to get much spam trolls in chat, true as well. Or rather, as far as I can tell. Sorry, I haven't experienced that many spam trolls in Toggle's chat. Oh, also, here's another thing, though. Ben, here's another critical thing. I have phone verification enabled on my chat. Like, there's people that occasionally tell me that they are annoyed at the fact that they cannot chat on Twitch because they would have to give their phone number to Jeff, which I understand, not wanting to give your phone number to Jeff. But on the other hand, I can't disable it because disabling it means that all the spam accounts. So I guess it depends on what you mean exactly by spam trolls. Like if by trolls you mean people who come and actively fuck with the streamer, then that's a separate story. Or rather, maybe not entirely separate, because I guess to keep doing that, they would need to create new accounts. So you can ban them. But if instead you mean like straight up pure spam, then I used to get some of that. But like bots asking me to buy views or random shit, and so they don't show up anymore because I have a bunch of restrictions, which include phone validation. And I know that some people can't chat because of that, and I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't want to spend the entire stream like constantly banning stupid bots. So, and I don't want to give that like the responsibility to anybody else. Like there's been also other situations in the past where people have been telling me, well, why don't you just get some moderators to do the spam fighting for you? And it's like, no, that's not a solution. Yeah, sure, I won't have to do it, but somebody will have to do it. So I haven't really solved anything. So yeah. Yeah, totally. 100%. I highly recommend it. Okay, we were saying that we need to look at that table, right? So allowed. If this is allowed, oh, look at this. So we splat external equals true. Also, why are we splatting external equals true? We might as well just splat external, right? What are we doing here? So we splat external. Perfect. But in its module, okay, so in module we're saying if it is external, if it is not external, then the fur is not allowed. If it is external, the fur also is not allowed. Huh. So I'll be honest. I don't love my decision to do splat external. So here's the point. This is an array of booleans, and we're not initializing it with all trues or all false, right? We're initializing it with the same value as external. That's kind of more efficient because I think, because basically most things are based on that. I'm assuming, like, it's a trick that I also use elsewhere. But yeah, that makes it harder to reason about. So if not external, so it, for the fur to make sense, it has to be external, sure. But if it's a module, then the fur is not allowed. So this should be an error. I'm guessing the problem then is that we are not correctly detecting type module. You know what? Let me see what my thing does. So Zig build. Restart. This was fixed. Script. Thanks for the fix on comments. No problem. Thank you for the report. There might be more of that because a bunch of elements have their own custom implementations, and I might have made mistakes of that kind. So type equals module defer. Invalid attribute combination, not allowed with the current state of type and source. Async. Still invalid. Okay, PP Volto. Oh, here's your point. Okay. The spec says that when async is present, the fur is allowed. That currently is not allowed. No, I would not interpret it that way. The way I would interpret it is that in cases where both are allowed, you can put them both. Even though they are, in a sense, mutually exclusive, behavior-wise, you can still put them both because if a browser doesn't support async and they support defer, they can at least implement the defer behavior. But I don't think that makes defer available in context where it wouldn't be otherwise. Like, that should not override this table. So async is allowed in those cases. But you know what? Let's see what the validator has to say. Element script must not have attribute defer unless attribute source is also specified. A script element with the defer attribute must not have a type attribute with the value module. So we should probably tell you which it is, huh? Let's make this a little bit better. Oh, shit. I see. What is it that decides if it's external? Oh, present of source. Mm-hmm. I see. Well, okay, this is more annoying to improve than otherwise. So PP Volto, I think that the answer is that no, this is as it should be. The validator is not the ultimate judge. It's not correct 100% of the time, but it does match my interpretation that basically you don't also allow the fur because async is present. But you can put them together, even though async, basically the idea is that if async is present, the fur means nothing because the async behavior is what will be enacted by the browser. But if the browser doesn't understand async and it does understand defer, then you can put them both so that at least you get the defer behavior. So because of that, my conclusion is that this is working as intended. Yeah. Oh my god, I spelled that so wrong. Okay, close with comment. That's how it seems to me. New haircut? Yeah, a while ago. Like a few, I don't know, a week or two ago, something like that. My hair is a mess right now, but it's fine. Okay, so that was my understanding. So next, create a better HTML gen implementation. Yes, so about that, well, you know what? Let's undo whatever we did here, since in the end we didn't do anything interesting. Here's what we need to do: git status, git switch fuzz 0.16. Restart the editor. Then zig up master. Oh, we're also getting a new tarball. Picker 2. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry. Okay, so we get a new tarball, delightful. Although this is just so that ZLS gives us reasonably correct information, though. No other reason. Okay. We are fuzzing stuff. So HTML gen. So this is the old HTML gen. We need to make a new one. This one is S. So I don't know if I should take this as a starting point and then continue. Yeah, you know what? I think we should start with this as a starting point. So here's how it works. We need to start with new operations. Const op equals enum. I don't know how big this enum is gonna be, but we are gonna need to. We're definitely gonna need to. Well, figure that out, because we want this to be tightly packed with whatever the fuzzer is doing. So operations. What are the operations going to be? So basically, instead of previously, every operation had like a letter. And so I was using letters to match these things. The problem with using letters, well, the nice thing about letters is that, you know, as a human, if you remember the letters, you can type this stuff up and like come up with your examples. It's like basically a poor man's Emmet. Well, for people who don't know what Emmet is, this is Emmet. So Emmet is a thing where basically you type this, you type UL greater than LI times 5, and this produces this. So it's basically a way of it's like shortcuts for generating HTML, right? And that's in a way kind of what this thing is. So that's cool. The problem is that the fuzzer, if the fuzzer picks a letter that isn't here, then what the fuck do? You do nothing, because it's invalid input. And so you basically wasted an input from the fuzzer. So you want basically every bit combination to mean something. So operations, I would say first operation, generate element. So add push element. Then there's up to navigate up. Then there is add attribute to element. Add push text, push comment, push doc type. Although testing doc types is annoying because you know what? No, fuck it. Let's skip doc type. Maybe we can do it like this. There we go. Text, comment, doc type, element. Maybe put this first, put this second, text, element. Add attribute, add utter value. This is kind of it. So these are the main operations. That said, each of them, so basically we want to consume, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh shit. One more and we have like a full byte. So it might not mean much, but adding a new line is also not a bad idea. Just add a new line. Okay. So how does this work? So this is 1 byte of operations. Great. Next, we want then to apply an operation. So we can do, for example, function apply. Apply is going to have an OP. So you call it an OP. There's going to be something that we're going to mutate that we don't know yet exactly what it is. And it's probably going to be like this. Maybe. Or apply belongs to that other something else and accepts an operation as a argument. I guess we'll see. So this is kind of our operations. Okay, so let's take this stuff out. Okay. So the next thing that we need, I think, is, do we build an actual AST? Not exactly. I think what we want, though. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm like thinking a little bit ahead because I've done this work already once. So I know one problem. One problem is that you say, let's say that you do push element, but then you do push element. If you flush this immediately, like if you immediately turn this into a string right away, what happens is that, well, what if then there is a add attribute? So add attribute basically then, and what if there's a, okay, also, you know what? The problem is that you also want this thing to not produce annoying lists of operations. So for example, maybe there shouldn't be a add attribute value operation because like you can only add one value to an attribute, maybe not. So I would say that this is something that when you do add attribute, then in there you pull some more bits from the fuzzer input and decide whether you want to put a value or not. So so never mind that one. So basically you want these operations to be something that you can do more in a row, or like any combination would make sense. And having multiple add values in a row makes no sense. So I guess you could say you can do add attr with value. That's a possibility that we could do. So maybe this is it. Add attr with value. So the semantic is different. It's not adding a value. It's adding an attribute that also has a value, while an attribute does not have a value. For example, it's a choice. And the fact that obviously, you know, you can organize this code in whatever way you want, but it is convenient to fill out a byte so that you can just take a byte of input and cast it to something that makes sense. That said, it is true that here we have two elements that deal with attributes versus the other ones. So that kind of biases in favor of attributes. Like we are twice as likely to add attributes than to do any of the other things. So something to keep in mind, I guess. I would think that attributes are handled by adding elements. That is also a possibility. So yeah, we could, that's a good point. We could take this out completely, and then when you push lm, you choose your attributes at that point right away. You know what? That's actually pretty fair. Yep. Push doc type really only makes sense at the start of the document, though. Nope, not true at all. Because sure, you are guaranteed to generate a malformed HTML file, true, but we need to test for that. We need to test what happens if you put a doc type inside of an element. I cannot guarantee this, but I am actually fairly confident that somewhere I forgot to check if a child is a doc type and complain about it. It might very well be that I forgot to do that somewhere. So we want the fuzzer to attempt to do that and see what happens. It's a malformed comment at that point, is it not? No, in my case, I do part it as a doc type, just placed in the wrong position. As far as I'm aware, you know what? There might be a HTML parser rule that says that a parser if it sees a doc type after the first one, or like a doc type that isn't the first element, then it should just parse it as a shitty comment. True, but I don't do that. Yeah, but I don't do that. That does not apply to Super HTML, because that's basically a recovery strategy for a browser, right? The browser sees that thing, which is crap, and so it needs to, well, basically ignore it. And a good way of ignoring it is just to parse it as a comment, as a shitty comment. In my case, I don't want to do that. In my case, that should, if I see a doc type in a place there shouldn't be, that's an error. For like a language server / templating engine. Okay. But good point about attributes though. Yep, let's do that inside push lm. So that way it's way less annoying. Like my point, I was making a good point, but I wasn't considering that, yeah, it totally applies also to attributes. So with this, we're good, because then we can do OP, then brighter. And then we can just applying the operation means that we do a write, but then there's also a cursor, I think. Yeah, you know what? We can't just write, because we still need a stack. We still need a stack of elements. And it's just a stack of. I guess we can make it an array list. It's an array list of strings. And then there's a writer. I think this is how it should be. Do you consider CData sections as text here? You know, I'm not sure I've implemented CData. I don't remember. I don't remember how much of CData I've implemented, if I have to be honest. I think I've implemented it in the tokenizer, but then I don't remember what I do with that. I'm not sure. Okay, so stack. So the stack is basically just a stack of open tags. So we know that basically if it works like this, right? If I'll switch OP, and if it's up, also if it's up and the stack is empty, what do? There's something to consider also there. We could ignore an up instruction, but here's the problem when you ignore up instruction. Oh, this is so funny. Okay, you know what? Chat, you tell me, what do you think is the problem? Actually, in your opinion, I'm asserting that, in my opinion, it's better. So basically, we have a list of these operations, right? And they hopefully kind of make sense. They will produce maybe good, maybe bad HTML files. But some combinations are annoying, so are particularly problematic. So for example, up, and then there is the stack is empty. So what does it mean? What should that do? You can consider those no ops, but or rather, so you have to do something about it, because the fuzzer can give you that input. What should you do? That's up to you to design. Up to me to design, I guess, in this case. You can turn them as no ops. That would be the most, obvious thing to do, right? The stack is empty. You just ignore it. An alternative would be to error out immediately, or consider that the end of the sequence. As soon as you encounter an app that isn't good, you consider that the end of the sequence, and you basically exit early, like you stop processing input, even though maybe there's more. I am asserting that this second one is the better one, better than no ops. Chat, I challenge you to figure out why. In the meantime, I'm gonna code this, and then we can try it out later, and you can see what the problem is. Maybe I don't know how easy it's gonna be. I think it was easier with AFL, but in any case, we'll see where we get. So up, if it's up, basically we do this. If stack dot pop. Or print, I guess. What does an app represent? A closing tag? Yes. Imagine that you have a cursor. Every time you append a new element, you also implicitly enter the element. So adding an element puts you in the body of the element, and so the next element that you append will be nested inside the last element that you added. But then if you want to add siblings instead, then what you do is you add an element and then you go up. And then you add another element, and that puts that as a sibling of the previous element, basically. Yeah, I guess this can be right all. I just have no idea what you would think stopping. Okay, yes, that's kind of that's the quiz. It wasn't obvious to me at all when I did it originally. And guess what? My old implementation, oh, I deleted it, but in my old implementation, I had a no op case. Anyway, push dog type. So the dog type. What do we do with the dog type? Do we always print a good dog type? Also, long closing tags still produce elements, don't they? Oh, actually, this is a good point. What about like erroneous closing tags? That is indeed a good point, isn't it? Self-closing tags. Yeah, we also want to test those. Holy shit. Something like this. Push self-closing element. By the way, I want to fill out this byte. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe we can add another one. And the other one could be add a spurious closing tag, maybe. Should we do that? It is definitely something that we worry about in the AST. So we should test that stuff. Yeah, like add erroneous end tag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think this is actually a good one. And so what we can do is that maybe instead of add erroneous end tag, this could be like push erroneous end tag, or it could be add or push. Basically, the idea is that we could use it, we could wrongly match it with another tag, leaving it open, or we could just add a random one that doesn't close the previous one, which then we will close it further down. We can do that. Yeah, I think, you know what, this is a good point. Good chat. Thank you guys. Thank you for the help. This is good. This is like, I think this is the level of expressiveness that we need to be able to generate all interesting inputs. Yeah, I think this is it. So add a new line easy. Hello X2. So push doc type. Now here's another question. What does pushing a doc type look like? So we can do this. Or we could put something else in the doc type. To be clear though, we are not testing the code that tokenizes the content of the doc type. That isn't in the tokenizer, and we've already fuzzed that one. We trust it. Or if we don't trust it, then we make something specific for that. Like we can fuzz specifically this tiny parser if we want. So that's like a thing. Lone slash head tags are not erroneous. Well, they are for me, that's for sure. Well, this is saying that it can be omitted, but oh, the star tag may be omitted. No, these fucking idiots, man. Okay. So push doc type. Push comment. I think push comment might be more interesting, but we're still not interested much in comments. So for now, I think this is fine. Push text. I think that basically we should do it this way. So I think this is time that we consume more, we do something that consumes more input. So I think we need a fourth argument here, which allows us to somehow consume more input. So how do we do this? We need an array list of the input, basically, so that we can pop from it. The problem is that we can only pop bytes. We can't pop non-bytes from the input. But I guess that's fine. Let's see where that gets us. So, okay, so let's do it like this. Const RNG is where are you on my recommended? I don't know. Irham Alifa. Depends on what you're interested in. It's because you watched way too much fucking porn on YouTube. That's why I got into your recommended. Recommendations are based on your search history, so I don't know what to tell you, man. RNG is going to be input.pop or else return error.done. We're going to use done as the error for like the success error case. So RNG, and we say, so what is my point here? My point is that what is interesting here is whether we have it's whether we have like a space in the beginning, a space at the end, because those make a difference for the renderer. Although, to be fair, do we care about fuzzing the renderer in this case? Should we also fuzz the renderer? Maybe. I think we should fuzz the auto formatter. That really never hurts. So let's bake in some auto formatter stuff. Why not? So here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do const I'm gonna do RNG as input/pop divided by 250 5.0. So I guess I can add float from int. This is not gonna work out. This is Zig is gonna fuck me. I'm confident. Here's the porn. The porn is the compiler and being annoying about result locations, like result types. In any case, let's say that we do have RNG, so we can say if RNG, and we can have probabilities, right? Probability distribution here. So we can say if it's lower than something. Although this is, you know what, this is for my convenience. Maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe, you know what? Wait. Let's keep RNG integer. Let's not do any float from int stuff. Let's do it the inverse. So I want to say basically this is 0.25. I want like I want 4 options, right? So this is the first one. Else if RNG lower than 0.50, right? This is what I want. 75. And then else. So this is the list of all possibilities. Let's assume 4 possible different outcomes. I'm just stubbing these out to see what the technique should be. I might not even end up with 4 options, but we'll see. My point though is I want to express this, but basically I want to do this times 255 and then like truncate it. Is it a thing? Truncate? Trunc. Rounds the given floating point number to an integer towards 0. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Fuck it. I think this is actually better for runtime performance, right? Oh wait, what the fuck am I doing? Okay. Okay. Something like this. Okay, what do we want to push as text? We want to do try write all lorem ipsum you could create a random implementation that just returns bytes from the fuzzer. Yeah, I could, I guess, but I think this poor man's version is fine for now. Okay, so first one, lorem ipsum, no spaces. This one has a space here. This one has a space here. This one has a space here and here. So I just want to have the ability to have or not have spaces around around this stuff. Then push text. Okay, we're missing now push lm, push self-closing lm, and add or push erroneous end tag. I'm just gonna put this last since it's complicated. Okay, push lm. Push lm and push self-closing lm, they kind of do the same thing because self-closing elements also, or you know what, pushing self-closing lm is, I guess we can do both cases in here. Because in reality, they share the same, almost the same implementation, almost entirely. Yeah, the only reason why we have both here is because we want to make good use of our U8. So add or push erroneous end tag. Yeah, let's do that last one also. Okay, other push erroneous hand tag. This one should be actually easy. We need to, well, pick a tag. So I guess the first question is this tag so the first question is whether this tag is one that exists or not. First question. Second question is if it is one that exists, which one? If it's not, then how do we give it a name? So I guess the question is then element kinds. How big is this enum? Oh, actually it's in here. How big is this enum? Oh, there's also the underscore that we don't want. You know what? Actually, we don't want to do it from here, I guess, then. We want instead a index in... we want an index in something that has the full list of those. Which I think is in element. I think we want not the... Oh, we have an enum array. Wait, no, we have a map somewhere of this thing. Oh, there we go. Here's the kind map. And it starts from A. Yes, we want this guy. Static string map. Does it have like a get index? Oh, get index gives you the index. I mean, I guess I can just look into the state. I mean, I can do like keys and then index into keys, right? Yeah. Okay. So const element equals at import HTML slash element.zig. Yeah, we already had a concept of an element down here. Time to kill it. Okay. So we know how many elements we have because the list is known at comp time. So we can just we can do at compile log element dot hold on, tell me that it's element dot elements. It is delightful. So basically we can like know at comp time what that number is and I guess reason about it and then decide based on that what the math should look like. In any case, we need a bit. So, oh man, now that random implementation starts to look nicer. So we need a bit to decide whether it should be a new one or not. Or I guess what we can do is pick a number that we need to know what this number is actually. That's I think the core point. Okay, so what if I put this here? I want to see that. Okay. Zig1 build. Oh shit, we killed We killed the program and that left the bar in a stuck case. Z1 build succeeds. Z1 build test. Now it does not succeed anymore. And element.tag, yeah. Build internal. Yeah, none of this stuff makes sense anymore. Or I could make the input something that we read instead of an array list. That maybe might help. No init slice? I guess we can do empty. No, I want the init slice because we don't add to it. We just read from it. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Let's make it a reader. Let's see what happens. So that's a reader dot fixed. Like this. Yeah. No, I think this is directly the interface, right? Yeah, that gives me a reader immediately, right away. So I can do read byte. Maybe, maybe not. Fixed does you need to try? No, you don't. Oh, in any case. While read byte, I don't think this gives us null. I think this returns an error. So, well, I guess it's a while true. Const byte equals try input dot read byte. Yeah. Oh, in this case, we don't write to the writer. We do everything in memory, but I think structuring this with a writer is not a bad idea. Yeah, I think this is how it should be. This looks good. So down here we this I don't know what to do about the CLI. Let's forget about the CLI for a moment. Let's think about the library use case first. So, okay, with this setup, then basically other push erroneous end tag looks like this. So instead of popping a byte, where is it? It's not input.pop, it's input.read byte, catch, return done. Input is going to be, it's a pointer to a reader. There we go. Maybe it's even stack input and W. Yeah. I like this. This looks nice. So other push erroneous end tag. I guess I want to know what the writer can do for us. What the reader, sorry, can do for us. So stream discard. None of these. Read back. Peek, greedy, toss, take array, pick array, discard all. Oh, right now I remember. Does it not? No, it should have byte oriented operations. The fuck? Read slice all. Oh, it's probably take byte. Here's what it is. Now I'm starting to remember. It's just take byte. That's why it take byte. Right? Yeah, there we go. Read fail end of string. Yeah, take byte. Read. Let's see. Read slice short Indian. Take sentinel. Pick sentinel. Take delimiter inclusive exclusive. Take delimiter. Stream delimiter ending. Discard. Fill unbuffered. Take byte signed. Take int. Assess that the buffer was initialized with a capacity of at least bit size of t divided by 8. Okay. Pick int. Take var int. Take struct pointer. Take struct. Take enum. Okay. Wait, how do you... Is that a function? Oh, it's just called write. Wait, the fuck? Bro, it does have a writer attribute. Okay, so my fix was correct. No field array function name read byte. Yes. Okay, so now we can go to HTML gen back. Found const io reader. Oh yeah. Memory function 23 arguments found 4. Oh no, you do want GPA as well. Or I has a new function parameter, right? I'm still waiting for that compile log, by the way. There we go. Found compile log statement. Well, what does it say? 116. So we have 100. Oh, right. I knew that. Oh, God. Of course I knew that number. God damn it. That number has been haunting me for like a month. So we have 116, and, well, that's not a particularly nice number, huh? We have a few extra beats. What do we do with those? I guess we can consider the extra beats, or any of the extra beats, we consider them basically choosing to create a tag that is not in that list, just a random one, a randomly named one. That works. So add or push erroneous end tag. We can say take 16. Wait, 16 bytes? What am I saying? No, that's a lot. Take wait, what am I saying? It's still 1 byte. Yeah, we can't go down 1 byte, so that is still a lot. Okay, we can do this though. So const well, this, take a byte, and then we say if RNG lower than tags, if RNG lower than tags dot len, then we do you also have support for current content already, such as, if you mean like SVGs and math, yes, but we don't we just validate them, that we just validate that they look like HTML syntax. We just basically tokenize those. Well, we also parse them for structure, but we don't have like autocomplete support. We don't have attribute semantic validation. So I plan to add those, but like you can put them and they work, but they don't have all the extra validation that all the other HTML elements have. You handle self-closing. Man, okay. Dude, you seem very knowledgeable. Download the tool. Download the tool and try it out so that you can see for yourself. I mean, I'm happy to chat about this, but like you have questions that you will probably get some enjoyment yourself by trying this stuff out. That said, to answer your question, yes, I do handle self-closing tags properly in there. Yes, they are in there. Self-closing tags are allowed. I do I do recognize self-closing tags normally and correctly. It's just that I don't allow them outside. I haven't got myself to try Zig yet. I see. Well, to be fair, to try this new stuff, you would have to compile it yourself right now. I'm gonna make a release soon though. Cool. So with this, we do this and then we continue. Well, this is applied, so we return, right? If it's not less than that, I would say that we should only allow, we should add randomly named stuff not too often. So what I would say is that if tags is greater than 200, we can still do the number stuff, right? Trunk 0.95 times 255. Then in this case, we make a random name. So we take another byte. Replace it with us and call it hyper HTML. Yeah. Okay, so we have len, we take byte, and then we want to take at least this much, so we we also need to check that it's that this is long enough. How do we do this? Well, we need to make a copy anyway, so never mind. We can unlock a copy somewhere. Like we can do read slice unlock, I think. Oh, come on, man. You must have something like this. Oh, this is writer. Oh, show me reader. Read slice all. Oh, I guess read slice means read into a slice. Read unlock. Read unlock. There we go. And I think that this one, we basically we catch return arrow.done because the len might be just too long, and so we don't do anything in that case. But if we do get name, then we do try a bit of print. Otherwise, if the number is not this small and it's not one of those, I think we should call it a day at this point. So we should, otherwise we should return arrow.done. Again, we have the policy of not having no ops. So that's why we return arrow.done. The point is that returning arrow.done means that we are kind of done. Yeah. Okay. So with this in mind, this guy is, oh wait, this is add or push. Erroneous end tag. What did add or push mean? Oh, right. The push case also caused a pop. That's actually not bad. That is actually not bad because that means that we can maybe be smarter with how we're using our like randomness in here. Um, Let me think about it for a second. Okay, we can do it like this. Var RNG or no, I guess const RNG. So if RNG is greater than 128, so if it's 50-50 chance that is a, well, I guess we can use our same usual logic so that we can so that we can show this. So 50-50 that we add or push. So if it's if we enter in here, then it's a push. So we do stack dot pop, and if this is an op, or else return error dot done. Yeah. Okay. So this turns this into a pop. Then this becomes if RNG modulo 128. Although I don't know if modulo is what I want. I basically is modulo the slow one? Yeah, or else is pretty sexy. It's really, really good. You actually need, like, if with an optional value, you sometimes you do need it, but not a ton. You can do a lot of stuff with just or else. So what's a good way of turning off the most significant bit of this guy? I guess we could mutate it. I wish Go had or else. Well, that would be nice. It would also be nice if Go had a distinction between pointers and yeah, you're right. Like this. It would be nice also if it had a pointer, nullable pointers as a distinct type than non-nullable pointers. That is also an annoying thing. Although I guess it has receivers that can accept this, can still work when you give them null, but still, it's so much better. You on Twitch? Yes, I am on Twitch. I'm also on Twitch. Borgo. What Borgo? Okay, we shift right by 1. And then we check. Are we lower than tags.len? Then great. Else we do this. We basically are turning this into an else. This makes this last thing maybe a bit more probable than was before. I don't know, but not a ton. So this should be fine. This is basically the chance is 128 minus 116. So that's not a lot. That's deleting a different bit. Oh, you're right. So yeah, you're right. That's yeah, that's not doing it, huh? So I guess we need to end. And with 128. Is that it? That should be. This should be it, right? 127. Yeah. What bit pattern do you want? I wanted to set to 0 the highest bit in this byte. I think this is it, right? 127 is everything is 1 except the first one. Yeah. So that should be it. Okay, so okay, so this is 127 minus 116. So there's some chances, not a ton though. And at this point, we don't have these down here anymore. I think for now it's fine. If we start generating too many of these guys, then maybe we can start doing we can change. Instead of just doing an else, we can add another condition. But so far, so good. Okay, so this is other push erroneous tag. So we did this. Hey, cool talks. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, next case that we need to generate is this one. Push elem and push self-closing elem. Actually, you know what? Despite not having a cool random interface for this, so far we're using these beats in a decent enough way. Could be better, but could be definitely be much worse. Okay, we need to push an element, and it actually looks a lot like this. So I'm gonna copy this and see. Let's see how it is. So, by the way, when we push an element, I think we also want to be able to push elements that then don't exist. So that is something that we should do. So we have all tags. We have RNG. Oh, you know what? Since we do this more than once, put tags up here. Okay. Oh, interesting. We also do RNG everywhere, but not always. No, not always. Never mind. Okay. Push element, push self-closing element. So we don't need this. What do we do with the biggest byte? Ah, fuck. We already have this one up here. What do we do with the biggest byte? I guess we decide if it has attributes or not. Okay. So it's the same as below. Now, as for attributes, how does it work? I guess we need const len. How many attributes? It's basically this. Address count. Although, like 250 something attributes, that is a lot. That is really a lot. I think we should reduce that number to like we could do 4 and 4. So 4 bits, that would be up to 16. Up to 16 attributes. Then what do we do with the remaining 4 bytes, 4 bits? Well, we don't really do a lot with those remaining bits, do we? Hmm. Yeah, the problem is the byte is really a lot. I think we also should, oh, you know what? I think maybe we should do these paths in here. So the question is, what attributes do we put in there? And I think that for an element, we can put global attributes, we can put attributes that belong to that element, and then we can put, I don't know, just wrong attributes, straight up wrong attributes. But for example, for these elements down here, or let's say that an element doesn't have specific attributes, it only has global attributes. So in that case, what we want is, well, to just add global attributes. Data attributes. Good point. Yes, we also want to take a look at data dash attributes. To be fair, that is a non-interesting thing to fuzz because I filter out data attributes very early. So there is some code that touches data attributes, but it's very close to the tokenizer and it's very trivial. So there's not a ton of bugs to find there. So in other words, if I put a data attribute, I wouldn't generate a ton of those. They're mostly meaningless. Well, because they are meaningless for the purpose of validation, since you can put them anywhere you want. And they don't have any validation attached to them past having at least one character after the dash in the name. Linked attributes. I don't validate those for now. I should, but I don't. I should validate those, yeah. I should validate IDs and I should validate, well, I think it's actually a bit nuanced at this point. For example, validating duplicated IDs makes sense. Validating things like label 4 and that something doesn't exist, the problematic part is that somebody might generate those via JavaScript. So, so they would need an escape hatch. Because I do believe that it is correct for, or rather, well, maybe correct is not the right word, but it is a thing where people have an HTML element where maybe they're referring to an ID that doesn't exist yet, but it does exist at runtime, very quickly because it gets generated by the JavaScript. So what is it that we should be doing then? I think it's not immediately obvious to me what the right path forward is for that case. And that does intertwine, I think, with validating, for example, label 4 and stuff like that. 34 global attributes can exist. Global attributes don't have really mutual exclusivity between one and another. When I implemented them, you know what? There are some exceptions. Like for some elements, there are some extra rules, but in general, they're not mutually exclusive. So yeah, you could probably stuff all 34 of them. If your writing statement invalid, yeah, so that is fine. But the problem is that in my case, those are all hard errors. So, and I don't want to give people a config knob to turn off error validation. So, I mean, yeah, it's not the end of the world, I guess, but it's something that I would have to think about and see what the use cases are more in detail. Okay, let me try to figure this stuff out. So we print the name and then print the name. The fact is that this add attributes thing is also useless because if you think about it, I mean, yeah, we were making a decision, I guess, but at the same time, how can I say? It's kind of silly because then, you know, attributes, yes, and then length equals 0, for example. That's kind of dumb. So you kind of would like to just add. You know what? We could do this, I guess. Atters count is int from bool plus. Oh, let's put it second. Oh, Zig is gonna be a bitch about this. I can already tell. Oh, but we can do this, I guess. So maybe that makes it better. Well, let's see how that goes. Basically, we use that as a we add that to length, and it still counts, and it's still gonna be a count at the end. Okay, so if and then we do for 0.atters count. We don't care about the index for now, so let's escape that. Well, let's discard that. Now the question is this attribute going to be global, specific to the element, or like entirely wrong? And I think that we should clearly be biased towards I think in order, it should be biased the most towards element attributes, and then secondarily it should be biased towards global attributes, and then only last should be random attributes, I think. Let's see. Area labeled by, oh, by the way, good point. Guess what? I don't support yet. Area. All the area stuff not implemented yet, unfortunately. On the to-do list. UAP plus U1, the same thing. Yeah, but I don't want. I want to widen this. I don't know. U16. Can we do this? This should be fine, right? Thank you. I just don't want to drop. I don't want to. So I don't want to have bits that don't do anything. Okay, so atters count. Attribute RNG. So we have three possibilities. So if after RNG is lower than I guess we can do 33. Okay, so first case, we say local attributes. if so we need to know what this thing is though. Yeah, so okay, never mind. This needs to, we need to have two different paths on whether this is a known element versus it's not. So here we need to do this. So I guess no return at the end, but then we need to do different stuff. Okay, so up here, if we have t, oh, you know what though? Oh, that is annoying because, so with this we have the element. The element has a tag. Oh, actually that is not too bad. So const attrs is gonna be attribute dot, is it all? Are you using Colimac? Yes, I am. Element attrs. Okay. Okay. So with this, we have decided this. Although, man, you know, we're kind of throwing away a ton of values. So we know that this number now is going to be down here, but we don't know how big it's going to be. Maybe it's in range or not. Um, I think the worst element has what? I think the worst element has 10 attributes, maybe. No more than 16, I would say. So 4 bits would be enough. But we don't have 4 bits, do we? Actually, we could. So of those, we could do it like this, right? So we could do it like this. Maybe we should start with 0. Oh no, what am I doing? Okay, so we could say that this guy, and this guy are for deciding which one of these 3 cases we're in. Actually, no, sorry. 2 bits, we decide. Then basically the rest The rest then is going to be 6 bits, which is a lot. 6 bits is 64, right? So that would definitely cover a lot of things. We could do it like this even. We could say actually we could say 1 bit is like random name or known author. So that's 1 bit. Then the second one could be element author or global author. And then the third bit could be value, no value. And that leaves us with 5. That leaves us with 5 bits. That leaves us with 5 bits. Hmm. Maybe we can just ignore one of the bits. I don't love it, but whatever. Yeah, we can do it like this, I guess. Also, what am I doing? It's the opposite, right? 1 0 0 0 0. 5 zeros, 6 7 zeros. So if this other bit is 1, element author. Global author. But it shouldn't be flat. I don't think it should be flat. Okay. So global author. I guess I can take the last 4 bytes. And we're saying that 4 bytes go. Sorry, bits. 3 bits go all the way up to 8. Oh, wait. 3 bits go up to 8. 4 bits go up to 16. 5 bits go up to 32. So never mind. 5 bits go all the way up to 32. Oh, but we have 34 global attributes. Interesting. So maybe actually 6 bits, having 6 bits at disposal is not bad. Yeah, so maybe we should change the order. This is more like a, oh, but no, but if we do change the order, then how do we do the value stuff? But we actually can still do it. Never mind. Okay, let me try this. Because I think that distributing bits differently yields better results. So this is global utter. This is element utter, and this is... Oh no, right. This is it. This is what I'm doing wrong. Okay, wait. Okay. Yeah, I'm not used to doing this bit splitting, and I was doing something silly. Okay, now that checks out. So if the first bit is the one that gives us this or that, and then the second bit is the one that gives us element utter or global utter, and that still leaves 6 bits. So with 6 bits, we can go all the way up to 64. So now we have to choose. Do we consume another bit to decide, I don't know, for example, value, no value? Or what do we do? I think in the case of an element utter, definitely we want to consume another bit to decide whether it should have a value or not, because element attributes really are not that many. But for global attribute, the problem is that it's 34. So, And also the fact that it's 34. The fact that it's 34 means that there's a good chance that we go overboard. I guess we can do modulo. We can modulo the length, but still. You know what? Let's implement element attribute and then we think about it later. We think about it more later. So grab the attribute. IDX is going to be utter RNG. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So with 3 bits, 8, 16, 32, but that's already a bit too many. This is still a lot. You know what? Honestly, I would take everything that okay, so let's do it like this. Const as value equals utter RNG zero zero 1 0 0 0 0 0. Okay, so we have consumed a third bit to decide if it has a value or not. And then that leaves us with 5 bits, and I guess we'll take it, and then we can modulate. Okay. Or we don't modulate at all, and then we say if idx greater than others dot dot what actually? Attribute set. Oh, dot list. Perfect. Yeah. Otherwise, I guess we can do it like this. Render after we pass in named model. If it has a value, input, and the writer and GPA. This is render after. Okay. Also has value. If it has value, we do stuff. Which depends on the named model, which we need to also understand what it is. It's just called named. It's not public, of course. Here we go, attribute.named. Okay. For now, let's discard these other things because we're missing a to do. Here we can do leave a panic to do for us there. Okay. So we keep doing this. And then we are at the end. Oh. You know what? Actually, this can be done like this. Const final space. We can use that to decide if we want a final space or not. Although the final space makes more sense with attributes than not, but fine. Then do all the attributes. Okay. Okay. Okay, global attribute. Hello, Karitam. Not bad, not bad. Yeah, we're so back, man. I'm finally done with the main slog of this HTML stuff. Now I'm writing a HTML generator for my fuzzer. So it has value. How much of this is shared by the guy below? Actually, I think a lot of it. So we decide if it has a value. We grab the index. Although with the index in this case, I'm actually tempted to turn this into a no-op, honestly, if the number is too big. Ah, fuck it. After RNG, five. Why five? Right, because we consume 3. That makes sense. But this is not enough to do all 34. That sucks. That sucks indeed. Guess we could do this. It's not super clean, but we could add that. Yeah, we're fuzzing. We're the fuzzing. No, the input is a string. It's a byte string, but I'm turning a byte string from the fuzzer into well-formed HTML. Well, somewhat well-formed HTML. Well-formed in the sense that it doesn't have token errors, in the sense that it's made up of valid tokens, so that I can then fuzz the parser. But I'm basically trying to make sure that I use every single bit. So that's why I'm bit fiddling with this stuff and deciding where to allocate my bits. Hmm. This sucks. I'm gonna leave it as a to do. Okay. Instead of authors list, this is gonna be attribute global list. Attribute global list IDX, render author. Okay, so with this we are done. So this should be fine. Now we need to do the random name one. We can leave it as a panic to do for now. I don't know. I would like to run this thing at least once soon. But this is fine. So what were we saying? Random name, element attribute, global attribute. Call this function whether it has a value or not. After RNG. Okay, so this stuff is gone basically. Okay, so right, we have to decide whether if it's self-closing or not. So we're actually not doing this. So final space. You know what? Never mind. Final space then becomes like this. Final space then becomes a thing, and then if OP is there we go. Yeah, almost. If it's self-closing, we don't push anything. But if it's not self-closing, then try stack.push name. Let me double check this. Address count, push, blah, 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 push element, push, blah, blah, blah. Here we print the open tag. If it's a known tag, and then we render attributes. Here we are in the case, oh, wait a second, what is going on? Here we are instead in the case, oh, these two cases are like, yeah, that's not how it should be. But at the same time, oh no, this error.done here, it's going to make us return malformed HTML, which, you know what, maybe it's not even that bad. I think this is fine. Okay, but we basically want this to be outside. Yeah, final space, closing element. We don't have name. Right. There we go. So this way, we have the name at the end, which we can push on the stack. Okay, this is fine. Should you write a small abstraction to 8 bits? Yes. The small abstraction would be a random implementation, right? You implement a random implementation that consumes input from the fuzzer. That would totally do it, of course. I don't know. I'm just like, I just want to see what happens as I go forward. That said, you still need to be aware of exactly of how you are locating your bits, to be fair. But yeah, I could totally have a nicer abstraction. And I think a random implementation would be exactly that abstraction. But it's fine. You know what? It's probably not a bad thing to have in the standard library as a toolkit, as part of the fuzzing toolkit. In a sense, what is it that the scammers would say? You know, when I say the scammers, I mean the people that sell you development methodologies. They would say, yeah, this is like the property testing adapter thingy, which is actually just an RNG thing that consumes fuzzer input. So, hey Andrew, you're trying to implement a fuzzer for Zig or project specific fuzzer? Neither. It's so this is not exactly a fuzzer. This is the Zig has the fuzzer, and that works, and that's what I'm going to use. But what this thing is doing is a thing that takes in input from the fuzzer and guarantees that that input from the fuzzer turns into HTML that doesn't have invalid syntax, or at least let's say just not a ton. It's mostly valid ASTs. That way, it allows me to fuzz the parser, not the tokenizer. Because for the tokenizer, we don't care about hitting every single dead end in the tokenizer. We care about mostly, well, not entirely surviving the tokenizer, and then having the AST deal with this stuff. Sorry, the parser basically deal with be the thing that we test the most through the fuzzer. So I'm basically taking random input from the fuzzer and turning it into good looking HTML. Okay. Let me see what else we wanted to do. You know what? I'm thinking that I think it's a bad idea to leave this tag open. It sucks because it forces us to put a syntax error in the AST, and that is just not interesting. So let's not do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do IDX modulo. Okay. Okay, so we continue doing this. Render after. We need to implement the unknown. So this is a random tag name. Global attributes don't have any rule with regards to which element they are nested in. They are not aware of which element they are in. So it actually does not matter from that perspective. You know what? Let's say, at least for now, that in this case we don't do anything with regards to attributes. We can leave it a comment to do attributes ? for now, I think this is fine. Man, I just really want to run this thing. Are we good? I think we're good. Well, except programming errors that are probably everywhere. But this should be mostly it. Aside is a valid top level element? No. So character it works like this. Super HTML has like two ways of working at the top level. One is you have a doc type. If you have a doc type, then you have to have a HTML element and you can't have anything else. If you don't have a doc type, then and you don't have an HTML element, then you can have whatever you want. And the idea is that you're like either it's running in it's implicitly running in fragment mode versus whole document mode. It should be something that you get told more explicitly maybe, but you can see how it's like very natural, right? So you either put a doc type and an HTML at the top, or you can put whatever you want. Hello, new here. What are we doing? We are writing fuzzing tooling for a HTML language server. If you stick around for a few minutes, I'll show you my thingy that produces good HTML source code from random input. And then you can see it run on the fuzzer and see if the fuzzer finds anything. But I need to go pee first, so I'll be right back. Okay, ready to hit a panic at the speed of light. Watch me. Although, you know what? Now we do care more about the standalone executable use case. And here's another thing that makes it kind of suck. If we use this as the root file, then we can't do imports that make us go up. And that sucks. So I guess we should move this from fuzz into HTML. What am I doing? No, you know what? Oh, that's actually a problem. Because now that I think about it, this guy is going to try to import a fuck ton of things. Okay, I guess basically the main function just cannot live here. That's the thing. This guy can leave whatever it wants, but then I'm going to need something else. So I guess I'm going to make a new file. Source/fuzz.zig, I guess. Hmm. Okay, let's see how this goes. How do you always have to swing during my gym time? I don't know. Why do you go to the gym this match? Okay, let's see how we're doing. Well, actually, this is fine because we haven't put anything in the build script. Go to the build script. Set up gen step. Build generators for fuzzing. Yes. Say fuzz.zig. So I'm just going to call it fuzz. Doesn't need any import, or does it? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Let's not give it any import for now. Oh, this was also running tests on it. No. Okay, let's see how we're doing. Zig build. Gen. There we go. Okay. HTML gen doesn't exist. Right. I'm dumb. It's fuzz HTML gen. File not found. What did I do wrong? HTML gen source fuzz. Oh, I'm in source. For how many badges you have to carry. That's fair. Those things did have a weight to them, even the last time. That's fair. Okay, we have a compile log. Then also we have expected IO of writer found const writer. Oh no. Okay. Name, right. You know what? Let's do it the nice way. Actually, calling name is not a bad idea. Is it called list? No. It's a kind map. Wait. Element utter. Oh, wait a second. What are we doing? RNG is giving us a number. Lower than tags.len. Tags is element elements.keys. So it's element elements.values. Oh, which is already a kind. Perfect. Expected bool found U8. Error union is ignored. Yes. Also, what is this error dot done? This needs to be deleted. Member function expected one argument found 2. Yeah. Named model. Dot name. This is a print. Final space found U1. Actually, wait a second. What am I doing? No, it stays a bool. Is it worth dipping my toes into as a Python developer who doesn't do any systems programming, any server/API stuff that Zig excels at? Web, it's still a little bit early for Zig to do web stuff in a way that you would find enjoyable as somebody who is a Python developer who doesn't do systems programming, who just want to dip their toes. So if that's what if you're interested in that stuff, I would say wait probably a couple months more for the async await stuff to drop. We're about to have new fancy async await support in Zig, and you will enjoy it. Or maybe. Other than that, I think it's worth it. Goliath. I think that I don't want to read too much into your statement. Like you just sent a message in chat, so you didn't articulate it as to the max for obvious reasons. But generally speaking, a dichotomy, like the dichotomy between Python versus systems programming, as in like there's like these two very big, separate, different things that don't touch with nothing in between. That's not exactly how it is. I mean, right now I'm writing a language server for HTML. Is this systems programming? A general definition of systems programming would say no. But at the same time, this is a piece of software where efficiency matters a lot because you can have pretty big HTML files and you want your parser to be efficient and you want the language server to be good. But by the way, this is an example of validation that my language server does. I'm currently loading it into Helix, and you can see that it tells you that you can't put defer in a script tag if you have type module. This is not the best error message that I have. I have some other error messages that are more precise than this one, but just to give you an idea. So my point is, I am firmly convinced that it is worth learning a lower level programming language if you are serious about software engineering. No matter what it is your main domain. Of course, life happens, and I cannot promise you that you do this and then you will start getting benefits at your workplace tomorrow. Not necessarily. Also depends on how crappy is the place where you work at, because, like real talk, a lot of us work in very crappy places where it's not necessarily that, the work conditions are bad, but most of the time in software engineering, we don't really work on anything that is even remotely important. We do a lot of crap, or I don't know, what would you call it? Pencil pushing in a sense. In any case, so I can promise you that doing this will make your day-to-day life better at work if what you work on has nothing to do with good software. And again, I'm not saying that I'm saying that thinking of my own previous experience with previous jobs. So if you want a well-packaged way of explaining what I'm trying to say, take a look at this. Okay, let's see how far I am in getting stuff working. There's no push. Yeah, we have a pen, to be fair. Okay. Have the executable. And it prints nothing. Oh, you know what we're missing? I think we're missing something critical. While true, we do this. The first, like the init, we go down here and then we do w.flush. Kind of important that we do that, I suspect. Okay, never mind. We don't see shit. Would be nice to see something at some point, huh? What is going on? So I guess we can add some logging. What are we printing to also? Wait, also, let's start from this. Okay. I'm gonna add some debug printing at this point. Header pusher on his end tag. Wait. I'm dumb. U8 enum has a ton of options in it, man. Not just not just these ones. That explains it. Oh god. I guess what do we do about this? It's not a U8 really, it's a U3. It's 8 bits, like it's 8 options, but not a Man. Okay, so let's see, how do we do this? I guess we could consider every bit just like one of these things, but then we would apply them in order. That's not good. Man. So let's do it like this. OP is enum from int to take byte. We could do take enum. The problem is that that's gonna read more than it should, because there is take enum. Yeah, but it doesn't take int based on the tag, so there can be bad values. The problem also is that I just can't generate manually these values, because if I put random letters, they will show up as something like random letters are like 90 something. So could underscore to ignore it? No ignoring in this thing. We could do modulo. Yeah, it's still a waste because we're throwing away a bunch of good bits. This is actually a good argument for making a random interface, isn't it? We should really make a random interface out of this stuff at this point. I wonder what it takes to make a random interface. Probably not much now that I think about it. You know what? That's going to be the next thing that we do. So we can do the modulo stuff. The problem is, let's see, take blah, blah, blah. Modulo 8. There we go. It sucks though. Okay. So, like, for example, this is delightful. Bro, this is delightful, but where's my fucking output, man? Why do I not see the output? Okay, I feel like I'm going insane. We take a writer. You know what? We don't flash it here. Let's go into our main function. Well, it's fuzz. I don't think we should call this fuzz. I think we should call this gen, for example, or like super gen. In any case, HTML gen generate out interface. Am I doing something silly? Also, this is not interface. I just want to see something. Please give me a print. Okay. Did I like fail to save or something? Okay. Panic to do. There we go. We got deeper into something. this stack trace, I don't think the stack traces should be believed. I think there's something wacky with the stack trace. Okay, so that's our to do. I'm fairly confident. And I think we hit this to do OX. No. Let's see, how's Zig CD Math library for scientific computations? I don't know. Somebody who knows more about this stuff should answer. We have a big int implementation. We have hashing functions. I'm sure there's a ton of stuff that you might need that we don't have. But I think it depends on what you're trying to do. There we go. That's our to do. Oh, so now it gives me the right stack trace. The heck? So, okay, render attribute. So we render the attribute, and then it has value. Then we want to print the value. And we have to decide if it is a should we care about it being quoted or unquoted? No, we don't, because that's a tokenizer concern. I guess the question is it a completely random value? Or is it a value? I guess it depends on the model, right? So if has value, then actually let's do it like this. If not has value, then return, and we're done. Otherwise, we need to switch on the named model.model. If it's list, for example, you pick from the list. If it's .id, then you do something else. For example, switch name model.rule. Sorry, that's what we care about. So it could be a list rule, it could be an ID rule, it could be any, not empty. So for example, .any. What do we do in the .any case? So we can do, here's the problem with doing random bytes. If we do random bytes, they might contain characters that are invalid to put in a attribute string. And that would basically make us produce bad syntax. And that is not something that we care about, because that's a tokenizer concern. That said, I don't have right now a better way of doing this. If we had the escape function implemented, we could escape whatever you want to put in there. So that would work. But I guess for now, you know what, just to make this work, let's just return no matter what. Address item type lang. Why is it not closing it though? Push self-closing elem. So that works, but why is this not closing? No, this is cool. Address item type lang. Address item type lang. Is there like some kind of return that work? Oh yeah, look at these guys. So the point is that there shouldn't be any done after that. Unless, oh look, we could delay this. No, but it's in address count. Fuck. So I guess we break instead of error return, catch break. Can't catch a break, but actually no, you can now. This guy can. This for loop can definitely catch a break. So we catch a break there. in here, this is fine. Okay, so with this, we should have fixed it. There we go. Well, this one is not good. What the heck is happening? Yo, what is this fancy interface? What? Yo, what is this new LLDB tech that just dropped? I've never seen this. Like the bottom bar. Bad access? Wait, what are we bad accessing? Where's the bad access? Huh. Huh. Huh? In here? Hmm. Oh, well, let's do the non-LVM version first. Yeah, it doesn't even print it. Oh, the bad access happens there? We should probably print also the kind. Isn't that undefined? It is indeed. The problem, though, is that you can't really trust what the debugger tells you too much, because what the problem is that it will it doesn't know what a Zig union is, so it shows you stuff. Sometimes interpreting, maybe that memory, some of that memory makes sense for it to be undefined because you are in a case where only a case of the union where only bits specific to that case that the union is in need to be set and everything else can be left undefined. It's actually better for the rest to be set to undefined. So seeing some undefined in there doesn't immediately mean that it's wrong. Like I would need to look at every case. And also I know that this thing doesn't understand these unions very well. And also, yes, it does seem undefined, but then why is this undefined in the first place? So that's the next question. And this seems kind of sus. And apparently doing utters.list is a problem. This is a struct. So the list should be set. Does address have a particularly bad one? No, it has an empty set. has an empty one. Oh, that's the problem actually. That's it. That's actually literally it. Index. We're doing we're doing index modulo 0. Yeah. Also, and I think that you're right because I think we're doing release fast. Let's do release safe of this guy. Yep. Okay. That could have saved us some time. So if length is 0, what do we do if length is 0? We just break. Or do we continue? Okay, give me a second. What are we doing here precisely? Elements, values. Can we put out here? Hey, Baba de Bois, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. No, actually, I'm doing something wrong, but it can be put here, definitely. Okay. We don't need this. Also, element address can be put in here. And there we go. Can I find a question on you? Sure. Why is it still like this, man? Oh, we failed to build. Wait. Don't feel land. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, feel free to fire a question. So for the raiders, we are writing tooling for fuzzing our HTML language server. So not bad. Look at this. Address, style, autofocus, lang, nonce, lang, and then it closes. So this is kind of how it's going to be, basically. That's kind of the vibe. So we need to implement printing values because this is kind of important. So now let's do this, and then I think we can start generating stuff and see what happens. Whew. Also, I think never mind. Okay, so any. What do we do with any? I guess we do len and then a random slice, like we do with the random name here. But we can't catch or return done, so we catch. I guess we catch return. Automod. Oh, what happened? Let's see. Why do I need to make a writer when reading input from terminal? I understand reader. Why do I need a writer? You don't need a writer. Why do you need a writer? I mean, when you're reading input from the terminal, which is something that I do here, for example. Well, actually, no, I'm not reading input from terminal, but well, here in HTML we read from the input. We make a reader for the input, and I just call take byte. And if you want to read from the input from the user, you can use read alloc. So this is not necessarily what you want to do, but it's a thing that you can do. So you can do read alloc, or although if you want to stream the input, so I guess the question is, what is your use case? Because there are plenty of things that you can use to read input from the user that doesn't require a reader. But if you need to stream, so if you need to, roughly speaking, read a somewhat unbounded, like a non-well-defined chunk of text from the user until you encounter some delimiter, and that thing can be arbitrarily long, then yes. Check this. Oh god, a Stack Overflow question. Read line slice. Okay, wait. Dude, this is a 5 years old question about Zig 0.6. Oof. See the answer. Line buffer. Fixed. This is not how I would do it. I would not say that this is a good answer, to be honest. Let's start with the question that I asked you. What is your use case? What are you doing specifically? Getting a message from user. Okay. So you want to read anything that the user sends arbitrarily long, maybe within reason, but roughly speaking, arbitrarily long. And let's also assume that you want to keep that message around. Under these assumptions, then you will want to do something like this. Sorry, a file. City in reader. We didn't want to give it a buffer at this point. I think you might not even need that. Let me think about it for a second. I guess we could. Let's give it an empty buffer for now. So we give it an empty buffer. And then we do yeah, let's say that you have a GPA. So you basically want to do this. You want to allocate. So the assumption is that you want to allocate this stuff. And so if you want to do this, then yes, you need a writer, but I wouldn't use the writers that the others were suggesting. What I would do is this. Const let's see. I'm gonna call it BW. Writer allocating init GPA. I don't have writer. std.io.writer. Also, since I'm doing code samples, I'm gonna put it here since I actually need to use this file afterwards. So we have this, and then we do try in.interface.stream until delimiter. Stream delimiter. Oh, it's called stream delimiter. Okay. And in here you can say bw.writer, ampersand, and then the limiter is going to be a /n. So that function is no more. What do you mean? I have a dev branch of 0.16, dude. It's still there. I downloaded this today. I doubt that stream functions are going away. So this is how you do it. And basically you're allocating writer is, you know how you previously maybe you would use a array list. Like previously, basically there were a few ways of obtaining this kind of stuff from an array list, roughly speaking. But or there was also read until delimiter, blah blah blah. But this is mostly it. So yeah, a writer is involved sometimes. I think that there might come in the future some convenience functions that basically do this kind of work behind the scenes for you. But that's roughly the idea. So you have a reader, you have a writer. Writer allocates. And now that I think about it, maybe we should give a buffer. You know what? I actually should know what the answer to this question is. Should in this case reader have a buffer or not? And I'm actually not sure. I guess it depends on how stream delimiter works, right? Problem is that there's a bunch of abstraction in the middle that's not going to make it easy to immediately know what's going on. Yeah, it's not immediately obvious to me, so I don't know. So here's how you do it. Okay, what was I doing with my stuff? I think we got it working, right? Right, but we are implementing this. So yeah, I do think that in the future some convenience functions might be added to the IO interface. You need a buffer to scan for the delimiter without needing a syscall every byte. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yes. So right, because this is something that is the reader that has to do. It's not it's obviously not the writer, and the reader doesn't have access to the writer's buffer. So yeah. Okay, thank you for the answer, Jacob. That makes sense. So print here. Okay, so how do we do the print of this attribute? That sucks. I would do it like this. For value, do we filter those? You know what? Let's print this stuff verbatim for now, and then we can think about it another time. Value, maybe we quote it so that there's like lower chances of this causing trouble. Also, we need an equal sign. And yep, this is it. So this is any and not empty. Then we have listen ID. I guess ID could also go in here. The interesting one to implement is list. Or you know what we could do? We could do this as the default, like else this. And then for list, we do something special. That's actually not bad. Lorem ipsum doc type lorem ipsum. Add new line. Up. The fact that this up doesn't immediately cause trouble is bad. There we go. That's what we were missing. No, the first up should... The first up should... What is going on? Do we not save these? Why is the first up not causing trouble? I'm so confused. So we see push text, doc type push text. That all works. Wait, which Zig build command did I launch? Yeah, Zig build gen. This is not okay. Stack starts empty. We also need to free stuff here. Or, you know what? We don't even need to do this. This is actually try w.stream limited. Or take slice. Well, we can't take slice. Oh no, we can take slice actually. Oh shit, never mind. Take slice. That's a thing? Oh, come on. It must be a thing. Stream limit. Alloc remaining. Oh. So proper bug. If you're still around, I actually forgot. I think this is one. This is the convenient one. Alloc remaining. Transfers all bytes from the current position to the end of the stream up to limit. I mean, yeah. This is... Yep. I think this is what you want. I think you want alloc remaining. I might be wrong, but you want either alloc remaining or alloc remaining, append remaining, discard remaining, stream remaining. I think, well, I don't know for sure if alloc remaining is what you want, but it definitely is at least an interesting function. Take sentinel, pick sentinel, take delimiter inclusive, take delimiter exclusive, take delimiter, stream delimiter. I guess we want to stick array. No, because the end needs to be comp time. Oh, it's just take. Okay. God damn it. Take. How many? Sorry. That one is fine. This one is just take. Okay, so yeah, we don't even need allocation. In other cases, in the future, maybe we might, but right now we don't. That's for sure. Still, this doesn't answer the question of what is going on with the fact that up doesn't immediately kill everything. Why does stack.pop succeed? You see it. Fuck. Oh, we don't break the while through. That's the problem. Why did I not break the while through? Oh, right, because I had a flash. Because I was flashing in here. Oh man, return. There you go. That's what I was missing. I was messing around with moving. I was moving around the flash and that fucked me up. There we go. Perfect. There. We got a random fig caption in there. Okay. So this is starting to make sense. Again, not super turbo interesting yet, but a starting point. So what else? What else do we need? So I think that the executable should also have a secondary mode where we accept also to be piped in this input, because we're gonna cat fuzzer files into these executables. So fuzz. And you know what? I need to rename this stuff. So let me close this. Generators. Or generator, and move fuzz.zig to generator.zig. And we move HTML gen to HTML.zig. Skill cases, we don't need them. Okay, this is much better. Generator step. Generator. Generator. Repring fast cases. In generator.zig. So if argument number is different than 2, I would say if argument number is greater than 2, wrong number of arguments. And then source is basically this if args.len is 2, then args1, else, and this is gonna be our tiny adventure because we need to do all the weirdo reader stuff. So you know what? Now it's time for me also to read this stuff. So we'll want this. std in reader, and then break blk with try in dot read. What was it? Allocate remaining. What does generate has to do with source? What I'm calling here source. Let me rename it with something better. This is the fuzzer input that we are turning into a nice HTML document. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. You're right, because yeah, that's how I should integrate it. Yeah, of course. Thank you. Of course. Do, 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 do. We'll break your allocation radiation. Okay, we were saying, let's say that we have the CLI argument, we turn that into a fixed reader. The problem is, can we put this into a block? No, because the reader needs to survive this block. Okay, let's do this stuff directly into the branching. So not BLKs, just if else. Also, maybe we can do it this way. Was one the reader. Okay. There we go. Okay. So this also supports piping, at least in theory. Let's see. Oh, this guy is just this. Okay. Oh, let's go to the generator also as an executable. Okay. Okay. It works. So the next point is, do we generate? So generating interesting values is kind of important. So the problem is that right now we're not being particularly good at that. That said, uh, actually commenting this out is better, so that at least we have a chance of producing interesting stuff. I think that this is enough to test and see what the fuzzer does. So let's see, AST. Here's also what I want to do in my build script. I want these to have, I want another argument. I want a test filter argument. So when we do, oh, there's the add test part, which let me think about it for a second. Depend on run artifact. Right, because this was kind of this was too many things at once. Do we have a fuzz step? No, we have a test step. Right. And that one is the, wait. Okay, so none of these matters here. Let's take these out. Okay. Then we need to go into the test step. And we need support for filtering. And how do we make this filter work? How do we make this filter work? I think we can do the dash dash. How does it work? Is it b.args? Is it a thing? It is a thing. So we can do b.args. What is it? It's an optional. Or else empty thingy. Now we have filtering. Not bad. So we can do this, and then we can do dash dash, and then just tokenizer, for example. Let's see what happens. Oh, actually, I think I commented it out. So I guess it should build, but not run any tests at the end of the day. We'll see. Oh, there's no field name filter. Okay. Outdated info. Filters. Okay. Filters. So this should not find any tests, I believe. Well, or rather, no test for fuzzing. No fuzz test found. Correct. Go to the HTML tokenizer. uncomment this test. No fuzz test found. Oops. That surprises me. Is this because it needs an uppercase T? It does. Subcompilation of libfuzzer failed. Oh, that's on me. Oh, that's on me. Extracted type U8 found a line 16K volatile U8. I guess it's the volatile, right? The one that we can't drop. That's on me. I changed the fuzzer, so let me go fix my change. Volatile cast. Okay, so now we're fuzzing the tokenizer. So yeah, the problem was that it was doing a case sensitive search. Okay, so now it's fuzzing the tokenizer. Not interesting though, because we want to fuzz the AST. HTML.ast. Non-fiddling interface in IO Reader 2068. Yeah. And I think with this, we should be good to go. Oh, we immediately found a panic to do. Okay. The fuzzer really liked adding new lines. You know what we should do? We should not allow it to add more than a new line in a row. Or two. Yeah. Okay, setting that aside, we did find a to do in HTML64. Right. Okay, so we need to fix this to do. This is a random attribute name. So first question is, does it have a value? And then I guess we can do it like this. This is more than a catch return, it's a catch break. Oops, we already had catch. Or even better, we can call render author and we say name is going to be author name, model is going to be rule equals any. Okay. Okay, so now we're testing. We're going pretty slow, man. 52 runs per second. Jesus, that's abysmal. Let's make this better. So first of all, let's remove debug prints. Those only slow us down. No more, no debug prints. Second of all, dash D optimize. Release safe. Okay. This is still not a lot though. But we are doing stuff. Panic index out of bounds. We got a crash, but we got it in the generator. Well, fuck. Generator. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Do we do it correctly, Bob? Oh, wait a second. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, I don't know. I guess at this point, it's a question of whether this guy is in the fuzzer. Whether the fuzzer is skilled enough to. Bro. I even looked at it earlier, and then I didn't think of any. I didn't think anything about it. Okay. Yeah. Now we're doing it right. Well, at least it's finding these bugs. Bro? Well, you know what? One at a time, I'll find all of them, I guess. That said, yo, we're finding crashes so far. Not where I was hoping to find them, but to be fair, the generator needs to be fast as well. So there's an argument of whether we should have instrumentation enabled for the generator or not, but I think we should. Are we doing FDD? I don't know what's FDD. Fuzzing, fuzzer driven development. Is that it? I mean, I do want fuzzing, so I am doing development to make sure that my fuzzing can happen. So far so good. That said, we don't know if there actually is a crash for real in the AST code. It's more likely than rather than a crash, I have semantic mistakes, like I just mark something as wrong when it's right or vice versa. We could try to inject something ourselves. Also, I'm curious to do this. I'm curious to start from a clean cache. Segmentation fault at address. Oh shit. Is this my change that reliably causes this? I think that my change that I thought was a fix, more it's just not a fix really. Okay, let me do my changes here. Let's see what happens now. Can you slap an incremental or watch in there? No, I can't because... Oh, or rather, yeah, sure. When fixing generic compile errors, I could, but I'm fuzzing, and the fuzzer... We finally crash. This is a genuine crash in the new code. Index 18, length 4. How do we even trigger this? Let's look at embed.zig briefly. Oh, okay. Spot the fail. People who have been for long enough, you should be able to spot the fail. By the way, Jacob Lee has already figured it out. So he always figures it out first, but you can figure it out second, or I guess third. Knowing nothing, you can guess. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of convoluted. It's not easy on the eye, this code, but the structure is fairly repetitive. I'll give some hints. So every time you validate attributes, first you ask, is this an attribute that belongs to this, specific to this element? And so I have a map of these things where first I check for elements specific to this, attributes specific to this element. And then for some of them, you have extra logic because of some other weirdo rules that you need to check. So, but first you check in there and then you apply the weirdo rule, or rather you take note in case if for later on to apply the weirdo rule, and then you break with the model specific to that attribute. Then if this does not succeed, you look at the global list of attributes. Inside the global list of attributes, you basically do the same, except that there might be some other different weirdo rule that you need to, take note of in case that this attribute was what you found. And then you return a model for that attribute that then is going to be validated down below. So here's the problem. This is a copy-paste error where down here I grab the index. So the reason why I'm grabbing the index instead of grabbing immediately the model is because I need to look at the index to know if it's for this reason, for this piece of code here. Same up here. But here's the copy-paste fail. You see that I'm grabbing from attributes.list both times instead of grabbing down here from attribute.global. Index of a global in a specific element. Correct. That was it. Yo, the fuzzer found it. Not bad. I mean, it found it, but because it caused a crash. Not because the fuzzer for some reason understands that was semantically wrong. But yeah. So we got one bug fix. This fast? Bro, I didn't have enough time to even start the fuzzer. Okay. Not bad though. Same error. Could be. That looks like it, huh? Yeah. One more round. Segfault. Well, this one is interesting. A segfault. In dynamic validate. How the fuck? Well, let's see if we can get the input that caused this. So cat Zig cache f HTML AC test fuzz. Oh shit. I don't know, 1 to 2. I don't know which one it is. I guess pipe Zig out slash bin slash generator. What? I'm confused. Did you recompile Zig out? Good point. I might not have done that. And that reminds me that I should probably make that step depend on that, shouldn't I? Like test should depend on this. Okay. Okay, I don't know what happened. There's a ton of new lines. Well, pipe. Okay, no crash. Okay, this input. So it's not 122, 121, 120. Oh no, which one is it gonna be? Could it be that this is something else? There is a lot of weird garbage in those files. There's also a lot of IDs. Yeah, that's true. But even in that case, I should be able to run this under Valgrind and catch it, right? Well, maybe not guaranteed, but potentially. Well, 99 to go. So I don't know. Let me look at maybe the first few ones, like 1, 2, and 3. Wait, why is there 0 and then 2? Where did 1 go? Well, I don't know. And it happened again pretty fast. Validate in the element validate dynamic, AST init validate. So let's see. 497. Is it an element? Yeah. Oh, you know what it might be? Let me double check. Element.zig. Yeah, we have two undefined. So here's what the problem. Actually, what exactly is the problem? Because let me think about it for a second. We actually never call into this. Do we even call into this from the generator? We never do element.alt, so never mind. We do get their names from elements. We do get their values. But the value is going to be on... Yeah, they should not really cause this. Well, let's set up print, I guess. element.attributes. Right. Right. Oh, you know what? I think this might be. I think this might be a thing. I just wish I could see also the backtrace for real. I think that my backtrace is kind of busted. Interesting crash. What? Oh, it's tag. Hmm. Kind equals base. And so the fuzzer does a good job at testing stuff out. And base is the one that poops itself. Now the question is, if we do it again, is it going to be base again that poops itself? I think so. So something sus happens with base, huh? And I bet you that base creates a copy of the element and tries to do stuff with it. Watch me do that kind of naughty shit in here. In oh, show me var. Not a lot of var. Oh crap. Okay. Content model. So this is only validating attributes. And in here we are validating attributes, yes. So what is the problem? Segmentation fault. The validate function. Hmm. No, the validate function seems fine. Man, I wish this stuff could be run in a debugger. Maybe it can. I guess I would need to run the fuzzing executable. Man, what a mess. The fact that this can't be reproed trivially makes it a huge pain in the ass. That's for sure. Super HTML with the same release mode? No, I haven't. Too few arguments. What do you do? Oh. Hmm. I think it's gonna take longer now to find that crash because simply because it has to print a ton of crap every time it's looping. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a different crash. Shit. There's UB. There's UB going on in here. God damn it, man. And the problem is that, you know, we're kind of missing something. Between this freaking init and the validate function, there's a bunch of stuff going on that we don't see, man. Show me what's in between these things. God damn it. Yeah. Well, you know what? I need to think about this with a fresh mind. But this was overall a gigantic success. Yeah, I'm also here's something that makes it even funnier, Jacob Lee. I'm also on a branch from MLAG, which is based on his stack traces, debug info. Sorry, his debug info. Well, and everything else rewrite branch. So yeah, I'm in a super weird situation. Yeah. Okay. So here's the idea. I'm gonna stop here. This has been fun. This was a great success. We built a tool for stressing a specific section, a specific component of our program, and it works successfully. I think we've proven that having a RNG implementation that feeds from the fuzzer is probably a good idea to have. So I think I'm going to work on that next. Basically, you know what? For all we know, maybe it already exists. So I should actually take a look at this in the standard library. So having that probably would make a few things more idiomatic, like less annoying to write. The fuzzer is still very simple. There is a lot of sophistication that is missing from the fuzzer, and yet it very quickly found bugs in the generator itself. And then once those were done, it found bugs in our implementation. They were silly bugs that we found in the beginning, but then not anymore. Like this last one, assuming that it's not like an artifact of something super weird going on with the fuzzer that we're not accounting for. Unless that's the case, then yeah, crazy. For example, one thing that we should do is make sure that the input is lower than the max length. I think there is a chance that the fuzzer is giving us input that is a little bit too long. So, well, it's producing the fuzzer input is not necessarily that long. It's the HTML that might be super long. So this is something that actually I should have done earlier. So let me think about this. How do we do this? You know what? What about this? And what about this unconditionally? And then it's just a call to generate the changes. Temporaries are unmutable. Fuck. Also, wait. Why was it trying to modify it here? Yeah, actually, this part is not. Let me think about it for a second. I guess basically what we want is a counter of how many bytes we generated, and once we hit once we hit a threshold, we just stop. Okay, something to think about. So, hello, nickname dev. Sorry you got here at the very end of the stream. So, I'm gonna look into this the next time. I need to go and have some dinner. I'm starting to lose cabin pressure. But this was overall a great success. Yeah, let's fix this, get more bugs, and make Super HTML better. That's awesome. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I hope this inspires you to fuzz also your programs. And I highly suggest you take steps to generate input generators that are specifically designed to exercise a specific section of your program. Without this tooling that I'm writing, I would fuzz 99% of the time. I don't know, I'm making the number up. It probably wouldn't be 99%, but I would be fuzzing a lot of the time the tokenizer, and I wouldn't be fuzzing the parser as much. But by having a generator that bypasses we're basically bypassing the tokenizer if you think about it. We're doing some extra work because we don't have an easy way to literally bypass it, although there could be better ways of doing that now that I think about it. Like if we wrote the parser in a way that it accepts a tokenizer, a generic tokenizer, like as an any type, and we made a tokenizer that doesn't feed on actual HTML input, but it feeds on the fuzzer, and so that tokenizer generates token. So we wouldn't need to do. We could probably skip some steps in here, but still, whatever. But the point is that we're basically bypassing the tokenizer and stress testing the parser, and it's pretty cool. So see you all next time, and I think nobody else is doing Zig, so I'm gonna call it a day and be lazy and not raid. Sorry all. Well,